All right. Welcome. It's been a minute since I've done a stream. It's actually been a couple months. So tonight is going to be a bit of a long stream. Going to be doing this Havok commission that came in via the recent Kickstarter campaign for Arcane Syndicate. Shout out to Phil Russert. All right. So what we're going to be doing on this one is I'm going to basically go through the whole process, right? I'm going to lay in my pencils. I'm going to do a color treatment, right? Because the client requested color to be applied, and then we're going to finish it off with some inks. So get a couple of my items here. Bear with me one moment. And I want to be able to look at my chat. Yeah, one moment, guys. All right, so let's get rolling. Now, as you can see, I already laid in my my rough lines. All of this is a lot of the preliminary stuff, you know, working out the composition, the placement for where my shadows are going to drop, and so forth. I'm going to adjust a little bit. In a couple of months. So here we are. All right. So with the blue pencil, I like to, do all of my thinking, right? Kind of rough out all of the uh, the blueprint, as it were, right? So I'm going to just kind of block in my pencils, all of the materials that I'm going to use tonight. I'll be posting links to that on the YouTube channel, so you guys make sure that you sub to that, like and comment and all that fun stuff. I'm going to be starting from left to right. Now I'm using a 2H grade of lead, right? So that as I'm rendering through this, the graphite isn't soft enough to where like it'll leave a lot of smudges and smears. So I'm just gonna kind of go over what I did here with the blue. So this is something that I would commonly do before any project, right? Painting or otherwise. I like using the non-photo blue, right? I feel like it allows me to kind of render in my very sketchy lines. Still very sketchy after so long. So especially when I'm kind of like figuring out uh, composition and light sources and how I'm going to work out my values. Right now, I'm going to start rendering in more details as I move away from where Havok is charging up his uh his blast here. It's gonna look a little bright for now. I promise it'll get darker as I move through the art. In this phase, I am being a bit more intentional with my line art. I'm pulling out the lines that I essentially want to keep, all the while sort of like blocking in where my shadows are going to drop. Now, as I move closer to my shadows, I'm going to render a lot less detail. Now, a lot of this isn't going to make a lot of sense right away, but again, as I get through it, you'll start to see it sort of come together. So, because I knew that I was going to do some coloring tonight, I thought it would be a good idea to sort of pre-render my pencils beforehand to save time. Right now, typically I would lay in a lot of these rough non-photo blue pencils like on stream. If I were like with my buddy Will Playton on Back to the Drawing Board, shout out to him. We're going to be resuming our live streams, going through the Masters of the Universe Art Challenge again very soon. Been a little bit of hold on that due to commissions and large projects that thankfully have come our way. With that, I want to say, hey, there he is. There he is. Iron Will Playton. My streaming comrade. Classic Black piece. Yes. So this is based off of the Larry Stroman design when Alex Summers was in X Factor. So I'm doing the jacket, the big plume of hair kind of, flowing out of the top. Back when the back when it was trendy to throw jackets and trench coats over the hero costumes. I think it's only been with Gambit that kind of stuck. Gambit and Rogue. They were the only ones to kind of come out of the other side of that. So as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, back to the drawing board will be returning next month, God willing, and we'll be resuming our run on Masters of the Universe, as well as some extra little surprises. Back Indeed. Back when we both had flowing hair. Absolutely. I tell you. So this part of the process is going to be relatively quick. As I did mention, I'm going to be adding some color to this for the client's request. So because I'm going to be adding some color to this, and my goal is to attempt to complete this on stream tonight with inks, right? This is going to be a bit of a monster stream, so I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, right? I'm going to go with a bit of a drier watercolor technique, right? So that we get some nice opaque washes, right? But I'm gonna play around with the light source here, right? Because we got like the burst coming from both hands, right? So this will be a fun piece to render in. And then the final phase will be the inks. I'm going to be using a Tachikawa dip pen for my line work. Maybe a 0.2 micron for some really fine hatching. And a sable brush for my large black areas. Now, a lot of my shadows I'm not going to render in with the pencil because I'll be communicating all of that with the color and ink. But I will block in some of these areas here in the face. So I have track of how I'm going to drop my light sources around the shape language in the face. So if I haven't done so already, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you're watching from. I appreciate you hanging out with me. It's the first stream in a few months. I have to say I did miss this, but deadlines are deadlines are real, as it were. It is a blessing to be busy. Bring that up just a bit. Ooh, who would I cast in an X-Men movie? Hmm, that is that's a good question. That is a good question. I feel like the young depiction of Havoc that we saw in what was that? Was it First Class? I feel like the the one depiction of Havoc that we got was okay. I think it was just I think for me it felt a bit more generic, right? Because it's like we need a young blonde guy, and then we'll have him kind of do like some hula dancing in the movie to show that it's Havoc. But that's a tough one. I mean, I'd have to think about it. Gotta think about that one. 'Cause I think he would have to sort of show uh a bit of that like anger, from living in his brother's shadow and his portrayal. I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily cast someone that's like big, you know. I feel like the role of Havoc could lend itself to a relatively new actor, younger actor. Do you think X Men would be better served in a longer format for streaming service to unfold the Claremont drama? I think honestly, you know what, Will? I honestly feel like all um I guess like all media that is handling like a comic IP would be better served in a longer format. I mean, look at Daredevil, right? Daredevil, they took their time with that. Very well written. They captured the overall like grittiness of like Frank Miller's original run. They didn't rush it, you know, and it's I would say the definitive like Marvel show, you know. And I think that's one of the handful, the very very few Marvel shows that like are enjoyed by literally everyone, regardless of the age group. They were true to the source material. Chris Borman. Actually, no. It's just me tonight, Chris. Just me. I'm trying to shake the stream rust off a bit. So I'm working on a commission piece that came in by way of a recent Kickstarter that I had an art tier on. So I figured, why not? Let's do this live on stream and let the people know that I'm still alive. Shout out to my compadre from down under, Will Pladen. We're gonna resume back to the drawing board next month. You know, so that we can resume our weekly hijinks. This is just to kind of shake the rust off, surprise folks. Right? I didn't really pump this too much. Just wanted to kind of drop in unannounced, as it were. It's Monday evening for me. So like, it's not my typical like streaming day. I typically like to stream on the weekends, but I figured, why the heck not? Let's get a quick stream in. Well, it's not gonna be quick tonight, but you get what I'm saying. Oh yeah, yeah. The deadlines, absolutely, absolutely. Shout out to Upper Deck. Shout out to Top Fanatics. Right, the deadlines were a little tight, but you guys in the audience can look forward to seeing some new work out there in the wild. So we're almost done here with the pencil renders. Now, my intention here is to, like I mentioned, just kind of map out some of the shape language, right? Block in where a lot of my heavier, I guess, more intentional shadows are going to drop, right? I still want to approach this as if uh, someone else is going to come behind me and ink my work. So I want to make sure that I kind of communicate where my light source is coming from based on how I block in shadows and communicate that with shape language. And so I think we can kind of come around this here. And that'll be a nice hard black. Let's get in this other arm. That this iteration of Havok was cool. I think this is like definitive like 90s, right? But I don't know, the OG Havok with the big rings on over the black suit and the rings on the cowl. That's like that's home for me. You know what I mean? That's that OG uncanny Havok with Silvestri on the pencils. Get some of these little folds in the glove here. I'm not going to go into too much detail with regards to the gloves because I'm going to paint this in a way where the hands are going to glow. We're going to get a lot of that lighting dropping in on Havok, right? So we get a nice sense of drama. So a lot of the details in the hands and in the gloves will be relatively minimal. All right. So he's gonna have the big yellow X. So I'm gonna kind of carve in the big X right here. Boom. Have the big yellow X in the middle there. All right. A little bit, because in the comics, they kind of gave him like a I guess like a longer tuft of hair, right? And I feel like everyone kind of did that. That was like part of the staple, back in the '90s to do this cutaway around the face with a tuft of hair, and then like the jacket or a trench coat. Like there was a point where like all of the Avengers were wearing like Avenger brand jackets, you know, and it was kind of weird, but I get it. Everyone was trying to be an edge lord in the '90s. That I was saying it earlier in the stream that the only ones that kind of made it out of that, with the jacket intact was Gambit and Rogue. I mean, for a little bit, they tried to bring it. They tried to bring the jackets back in the early 2000s. I think that was with Joe Madureira on his run on. I think that was Astonishing X-Men. If I'm not mistaken, that's where everybody had the black jackets with the yellow branding, and like Wolverine didn't wear a mask. I did enjoy those designs as well. All right. Now let's break out the brushes. Break out the brushes. Get some of these going. Once again, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I'm hoping that you guys are having a safe start to the work week. The clothing styles are the characters that you find hard to modernize because you get trapped in an era. You know what? Yes, absolutely. You know, I think when it comes to most comic IPs, right? We sort of conform to that uh that air of purism, right? Where like Peter Parker just doesn't feel like Peter Parker if he's just wearing a black Spider-Man mask, a jacket and jeans. You know what I'm saying? Like it, so it's like it's I wouldn't it's hard to sort of break out of those I guess iconic staples, you know. I feel like there's more wiggle room when you have B and C tier characters, right? Like you have a little more flexibility with it. That, like in this case with Havok, right? Havok, you know, full disclosure, is one of my favorite X-Men characters. Right? I've loved Havok since, Uncanny X-Men, you know, and to accept the redesign was it took a little time. It took a little time. I wasn't like 100% bored with it right away. So I'm going to use some of this sienna, drop a little yellow into it, right, to kind of warm up the skin tone a bit. Give this a very, very light wash with very little water, right? Because I haven't stretched this, and I want to avoid the comic board warping as much as I can. So I'm using very, very little water. Trying to stay busy. I just started Kane and Janice Carter. Recently finished Logan and Doc Brown before that. Nice. Nice. I see it in Jim Lee's work. Yeah, yeah. Even in Jim's work, like Jim doesn't. For the most part, Jim keeps it kind of safe. You know, like he doesn't stray too far from like original designs. Which, by the way, Chris, if you haven't read this, I just picked this up, and I know I'm kind of late to the party in that regard, but I just picked up "Something Is Killing the Children" by Boom Studios. Excellent. Will, you would love it, dude. You would love it. It's like uh, a blend of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Supernatural, but like darker and bloodier. It's great. Oh, it's fantastic, dude. Absolutely fantastic. I couldn't put it down. I couldn't put it down. There's like guilds of monster hunters. It's got like a lot of supernatural elements. And you know how we're into like, the cryptos and you know what I'm saying? Like the cryptids rather. And a lot of like the supernatural kind of like lore. They dude, it's beautifully done. And the art's like uh such a really good it's a really good compliment to the story. It's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I absolutely loved it, man. That as a matter of fact, let me see. You know what? Let me see if I can put it here in the chat. What? So tinyonion.com is the writer creator's official website, right? So when I ordered my copy of Volume 1, I also got um, some of the merch. Like I got like Erica Slaughter's scarf that she wears when she goes monster hunting, and then like the lore behind the Monster Hunters and the colors of the scarf, dude. It's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So tinyonion.com. It's the official website for the writer creator of Something Is Killing the Children, and you can order books from there. So I think he's got all the volumes available on the site. So just gonna lay in a very very light wash, very beginning here. Kind of map out where my values are gonna drop. We'll do it right over the pencil, and it's the reason why I went with a 2H. 2H isn't gonna muddy up the paint. The graphite's a little tougher, and it's not as soft as like your standard B. So now let's get a bit of this lemon yellow. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. I did miss streaming. Oh, I forgot to drop his ears, but we'll do some of the hair right now. Now, there will be no concerns with regards to the blue pencil that we still see there, because this is just a very, very simple wash that I'm dropping in. And then these preliminary washes tend to give those sections a little bit of a bite, a little bit more tooth. So I can go in a bit heavier with more dense color, and it'll cover up a lot of that. So let's get a little bit of the skin tone in the ears in there. Missed that a little bit. There we go. That'll work. So since we've woken up the lemon yellow, we'll block in all of the yellow areas before dropping in all of the dark blue spots. So this will be the big yellow X that's on his torso. A little yellow spot on the base of the jacket. You get the straps. Got too much water on the brush. I want to try I want to try to avoid that moving forward. I don't need this to buckle on me. So let's get in here a bit more. Get some of this trim on the jacket. So the brand of watercolor paint that I'm using to paint this is Koi. It's kind of my go-to. I learned about when I shared a space, a studio space in a tattoo shop with one of my buddies, Xavier. Shout out to Xavier Reich. It's coming off of a tattoo convention weekend. And on the slower days, it's not uncommon for the tattoo artists to paint. So this is the brand of paint I would see him work with, Koi. And I loved the color expression and what he would do. So when I saw my first opportunity, I went ahead and I got my own set. And it hasn't pointed. It's got these brows. There we go. So like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'm going to be citing and dropping links to all of the materials I used tonight on YouTube. So make sure that you follow Wilding Studios or just type in my name, Kenny Calderon, Calderon, in the search field on YouTube. And I'll be posting the materials that I used for tonight's painting. Let's get in here. Could be a little sloppy. I'm dropping in that yellow. Now, as I'm moving closer to the bursts of light emanating from his hands, I'm going to do a mix of some of this lemon yellow and a little bit of the sienna. Add a little more water to it because I don't want it to be super thick or opaque. And then I want to kind of add the wash. I want to concentrate it like down the center. Right in here. All right. Do the same thing for the other hand. You want to get kind of like a warm sort of beige, sort of like a daylight light bulb kind of color in the center here. Mm-hmm. So now that we got a lot of those lighter hues in, I'm going to start dropping in the blues. Blues are going to serve as like the highlight to the outfit, which is dark. We'll wake up this blue a bit. A little more water. So we got some good coverage. Now, I'm not going to block in every section with the blue because I am going to follow this up with some darker, with like more of a marine blue in areas where I feel like the outfit hits a highlight, but not a bright one. A lot of that is going to be communicated through the ink. Let's get this all the way up to the yellow. And we don't need to fill in the rest of the slate because that's going to go into the black. We do want it here. Want it here. Want it here. Here underneath the jacket. It's lapel. Push it out here. Get some of it here, of course. Almost done here. Get more of this blue open. We got more of this blue. And here, along the lapel. All right. A lot of it in. I'm going to follow it up with a bit of this marine blue. Sort of pat in some values here. Good here, good cheek. There. All right. Let's bring up some of this marine. Yes, it has. So, Wolverine and Deadpool. My assessment. I think it was a good movie. I think it had a lot of what was in the previous Deadpool films. Like the formula wasn't that different. Um, it was like definitely like Easter egg heaven, right? Like the Easter eggs in that film were undeniable. That after having watched it, I came across a few different YouTube channels that dedicated like a like whole video to just all of the Easter eggs that were found in the movie. I will say though that I'm kind of on the fence, about Wesley reprising his role as Blade. Like it was good to see him in the movie, for the nostalgia factor. And I do know that be just based off of the reception of seeing him in the film, they were kicking around the idea of bringing him back for a third. Not a well, kind of the third because Blade Trinity was hot garbage, and we don't talk about that. But like a final Blade movie, as a send off. I guess like the Blade film that he originally wanted to do. I think he's just, I don't know. I think he might be too old. It's not going to hit the same. I know that's kind of a hot take because I love the OG Blade films as much as the next guy. Like for me, that's like benchmark. But I could be wrong, but I don't think Wesley's got it in him anymore. You know, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. But overall, the movie was it was fun, fun. Uh, had a lot of the comedic moments that one would expect from a Deadpool movie. That you know when it comes to the Deadpool films, you know it's hard to pit a character like Deadpool against an actual big bad. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed all of them, but it's not like say Wolverine, for example. You know, you're gonna do a solo Wolverine movie, cool. It's kind of like obvious to have him go up against Sabretooth, right? Or even Omega Red. Hey, Ashley, I'm coming back to NMB next month. Next month. Artist and authors meetup over at the center over there in NMB. I'll be out there the 7th. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so like it's like when you do a solo Wolverine movie, right? It's almost a given. You're gonna put him up against Sabretooth or you know uh, any one of his rogues, which were like pretty significant. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd like to see like an Omega Red depiction on the big screen. But it's like with with Deadpool kind of overshadows anyone that he shares the movie with. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at the first two films, he overshadows the bad guys in those movies. He even overshadows some of the guest characters. I think in this third film, it's like the first time that we actually see him uh compete, right? Because like even though it wasn't uh the 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 version of Wolverine that was a badass, it's still Hugh Jackman and the comic accurate suit, and the banter between the two of them. It's just like that served as a nice little buffer, so it wasn't like all Deadpool, delivering clips in every scene. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I got more coming down the pipeline. More coming down the pipeline. Let's get more of this marine blue. Kind of hit some of these darker areas. Now, once I'm done dropping all these blue values in, I'm going to add some shadow values, layer in some shadow values to the yellows. Trying to keep the brush from getting too wet. Some of that blue in there. Some of it in there. Let's get some of this marine blue around the headpiece here. Tonight I'm putting myself through the gauntlet of knocking out this full piece in one night, as opposed to doing it all in sections. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. It'll be fun. I haven't streamed in a while. So this is my way of kind of shaking off the rust. It's been a couple months, maybe more. I think it's been like 3 months or so since Will and I streamed. That's why, see, Chris, and I get it. I'm trying to let the paint like rest a little bit, The thing is that I'm hitting certain areas, right? Like as you can see, I'm kind of bouncing around, right? Like a lot of these little areas that I'm hitting with the marine blue are already dry, and like if you take a look at all out there, right? So because I've been focusing on the blue, now I'm gonna come back and hit the yellow. How's it going, Charles? Welcome, welcome. Now I'm gonna come back and hit some of this yellow and drop some darker values in the yellow. I give us a bit of shape language where it applies, as it were. Get a bit of this dark yellow, bit of orange. Dab this out a bit and test it. Could use a little more brown in this yellow. That'll work. So, like I was saying, Chris, I'm not using a whole lot of water in in this rendering. So essentially, the uh, the amount of paint that I'm applying here is not that different from, like, say, if I were using a marker. It's just, obviously because it's watercolor, I want a little bit of transparency to it. But like my water to paint ratio is very controlled, so I can get those nice fills in. Just want to make sure that I keep my bristles uh, kind of damp. Right. I'm just adding some of this sort of like mustard yellow in areas that will be away from my light source. Nate, how's it going, buddy? Long time. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, sir. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. A little bit more water in this. Wake up more of this mustard, add a little brown to it. There we go. And get a little bit of ring. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Gotta update you on your books. I know it's been a little while and it's not typical of me, but we've got a little bit of a treasure trove, as it were, of items that I'm sitting on. All right, so let's get more of this mustard. Every time I feel like this. Yeah, man. I'm out here, man. Like I try to remind all of my clients, if you don't hear from me for a long period of time, it's because it's a good sign. It's because I'm working. You know, so I think from the last time that I saw you, I've been on a couple books. I've done some Marvel stuff. I've done some. I recently did some DC stuff, like official license stuff. I'm on another indie book as we speak. Shout out to Alex Fernandez. He's the writer creator that I'm working with for the current book project that I'm on. It's called Running in the Deep, and I'm doing everything from cover to cover on that. I'm doing all the interiors, colors, letters, inks, the whole bit. So, needless to say, it's been a very, very fun project. Very challenging, but fun nonetheless. So that's one of the items that's kept me kind of quiet. I did some dynamite stuff recently. I think it was as recent as the summer. I think it was. Yeah, about the summer, beginning of the summer. Actually, I did some dynamite stuff. They had the license to Puppet Master. I think coming up on the 35th anniversary of the first film. So I did like a sketch card set for that. Um, and the 40th anniversary of Transformers. That's I think that's dropping Q1 next year. So that's happening. The premise of the book. Mm, um, the best description that I can give you is trippy. Like when I got the pitch for the book, I immediately thought of Raising Arizona, the old Nick Cage movie. So it's got like some some very grounded elements to it, but it also has a lot of sci-fi and whimsical elements to it. So it's very, very trippy. But it's definitely put me to the test because I mean I've needless to say I've grown as an artist. I've gotten better over the years. So I'm drawing differently. The practices that I would use in my process have evolved. So all of that plays a factor, you know, and I'm doing a lot of my own coloring. I've done the trade dressing for the book. It's been a fun experience. It's been an excuse to use everything in my toolbox, on this one project. So I've been kind of holding on to every phase of the process so that, I can present that to, some publishers down the line. Let's get some of these warmer tones down the center here. And put some of these areas into shadow underneath the eyebrows. All right, center of the forehead. What are you doing? Okay. So because we got light coming from both hands, I'm going to push that terminal line down the center. Whitney. Hello, young lady. I'm looking forward to running into you again and seeing how you're doing now that you're back. You're back over here in the Sunshine State. I don't forget to do a chibi cover every once in a while. Break from trying. Oh yeah, nah. Like chibis, I do chibis like every show. Like that hasn't changed. I do chibis like at every show. In some cases, multiple times at every show. And now I'm doing. I have like sketch cards, right? So I'll just share this real quick with you guys. Right. So I have my own branded sketch cards, right? The card stock, right? And it's always going to be one of one. So I get a lot of chibi commissions on these, and they're pretty popular. They're popular on Whatnot. Whatnot Whatnot has been interesting. I got to get back on Whatnot. There's a good crowd on that. Now, where am I? Adding some of the warmer tones. I know, Britt, right? I'm fancy now. Fancy. I'm fancy. It's coming along, Will. Coming along. You know that because I'm not using a lot of water. This is drying relatively quick, so I'm able to kind of build up the glaze a bit. I'm I gotta get in here with some darker browns, right? Because I want that shadow push to be a bit stronger. Whatnot is Whatnot is great. Like if you're a collector of things, just all type of things. There's a Whatnot vendor out there on the platform. So I was on Whatnot a bit heavier last year, and I posted commissions. People can buy commission spots off you. They can uh, uh, bid on something that you're working on that live stream. So like you can have it set to where um, if like for example this Havoc, if I was doing this on Whatnot, I can have it set as an item that's up for grabs and people will bid on it like eBay. And at the end of the time limit, whoever has the highest bid, gets the purchase. You know what I'm saying? So it's fun. It's very very interactive. I try to keep it nice and loose while I'm on Whatnot. So I'll do a lot of sketch cards on there. Um, and on Whatnot, I have a lot of the artist proofs from some of the recent sketch card sets I was on. So like the stuff from Dynamite, the stuff from Upper Deck, a recent Batman set that I was on. The artist proofs are available for commission or Whatnot. Yes, Chris, it's the copper tone brown. Copper tone brown return. It is. It's actually. Um. It starts off random, right? But then like you get regulars because you can like schedule shows ahead of time, and it's a lot like YouTube in the sense that you know. Uh, you get followers and they can set notifications for whenever you're gonna go live. So like my next Whatnot show is going to be Sunday, this Sunday coming. So once I secure all of the items, all of the listings that I'm going to be offering during that stream, because it's going to be a pretty long stream. I'm gonna go a couple hours on that. Just doing some sketch card commissions that I got offline, and just kind of interacting with the folks and um, getting their getting their takes on current events and nerdy pop culture stuff. And then if I happen to get a commission while I'm on stream, I'll do the commission live, like right there, while the client is in the chat. So it's a and believe it or not, like I found pretty decent amount of success on Whatnot. I just haven't been consistent with it due to the fact that I've got all these other projects, right? But Whatnot is a lot of fun. Like it's very communal, right? That like I made a lot of friends on Whatnot. Um, and then there's like very niche things you can get on Whatnot from like very specific artists like Brit. There's an artist that I befriended who she does nothing but Pokemon art. Like she paints Pokemon on like cards, canvases. Like she takes old Pokemon cards that have been beat up and she'll like paint something new on it and sell those. I got I bought a an original shoot. I forgot the name of the Pokemon. But I had one original piece from her, that she had in the background of one of her streams. There's something for everybody. If you're into crafts, there's people that do crafts. But I'm more on the side of the original artwork and comic collectibles, right? Because of the sketch cards. I was going to ask a while ago, when do you do card sets? Do you draw them card size or full size and then shrunk down? Not no, Chris. So, for example, um, my recent card set, I can share this with you guys because it's not a big secret anymore. Recent card set was for Batman Metal Universe, right? So you're usually invited by the distributor to work on a card set. So I get the invite. If I agree to the terms, they shoot me a contract, you know, that like for me to sign, and then shortly thereafter I'll get like another email with I guess like rules and regulations, like the standard, right? Which is as I mentioned pretty standard for all cards. They want to kind of keep it family friendly, no not safe for work stuff, nothing offensive. You want to basically keep all the content nice and G rated or at least PG. So like even if you do guns, like if I was drawing like a cable or something, I can't make the guns like realistic, right? It's got to be like those '90s uh, overly embellished guns, right? So it's typically a set of like 30, and then I basically bang things out by the deadline. I send scans of everything that I've done ahead of time, and I'll usually get an email confirmation from the licenser saying, "Hey, we got your stuff. Give us X amount of time to, you know, uh, tell you, what's been approved." And the approved cards are the cards that you get paid for, honestly, right? But I haven't. No, I take it back. Actually, there was one time that like I had no, I take that back. It was two times that like I had cards that weren't approved. They don't necessarily give you a reason why they weren't approved, but they just say these cards weren't approved, so you can't like post them anywhere on social media, right? So like if you go to my Instagram, uh, the Wild Ink Studios Instagram, a lot of the cards that are on that page are the approved cards that I've done in previous sets. And like if you go to eBay, for example, and you punch in my name, right? A lot of cards that I've done back going back to like 2021. uh, and even 2020. You'll see them on eBay, sort of like being flipped. Which is wild to me. So to answer your question, like I do them. No, I do them all in actual size. That when Bill and I come back to the drawing board next month, we're gonna, he's got some branded sketch cards as well. We're gonna be doing some of that stuff live. Yeah, I think that's just, it's a consequence. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't really predict what they're gonna frown upon. So you just kind of have to eat it when it happens. You know, but I've been fortunate enough, knock on wood, to not have a whole lot of rejections, and a lot of my stuff has actually like made it to distribution. So basically, after I do the artwork, Chris, you know those original cards, those original artworks get placed in card packs at random, and then they get blindly distributed out across the states, or wherever, like, there's like hobby shops that carry that kind of stuff. I've had I've had people reach out to me from Canada, from Texas, from the West Coast, like find me on Instagram and say, hey, I just pulled your Thanos, or I just pulled like your Psylocke or your Thor, from this card pack that I just got. You know what I mean? Which is a great feeling, right? Like I say it to you, and I say it to Will all the time. There's no feeling like finding your artwork out in the wild. Yes, you gotta eat it sometimes. Well, you just gotta eat it. Or is there super clear what you aren't allowed, but artists don't always read the guidelines? And that's a way to like not get paid. You know what I mean? That's a great way to not get paid. You know, by not following those guidelines. That looking back at some of the pieces that I've done that weren't accepted, I can tell you like why I feel like they were rejected. Like one of the first pieces that got rejected was a Black Widow that I did for, I think it was Marvel Anime, right? And to put it plainly, it was because obviously Black Widow's in a bodysuit. There's not a whole lot that you could do there, right? So I think it was because I may have embellished her lady parts just a bit too much, to where like it would fall out of the classification of family friendly, right? And I could accept that. I recently did an e-pack for Marvel Premiere, and I think out of that whole set, the one that didn't get accepted was a Jubilee that I did, right? Because I based the version of Jubilee that I illustrated off of her Generation X iteration. So it's like she's still wearing the yellow trench coat with the glasses and such, but she's wearing the red bodysuit that's synonymous with that group, right? And I think that's why she got rejected, because it wasn't like the X-Men '97 version of Jubilee. You know what I mean? No, not at all. Because I think what they do is they dispose of it, and it's one of the reasons why I feel they ask for scans of the artwork so that like if they find it anywhere, if they find it by any chance like being used anywhere, like they basically never solicit you again, you know. But I think what they end up doing is they destroy the uh the card that doesn't get used. But that's not confirmed. So don't quote me on that. But I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it anywhere. Not yet. And I've been doing sketch cards for I want to what since 2020, since the pandemic. So for going on 5 years now. So really quick, what I'm doing is I'm adding some highlights, right? So I'm just using a little bit of this white mixed with a bit of the lemon yellow, right, to sort of reflect the burst of light coming off of his hands, to mix in with the local colors here, right, to give the impression of the light sort of changing the different aspects of Havok's head here. Well, it's not really so prominent here because what's gonna really like push the highlights along this hand here is gonna be the black, the areas that I leave negative with the black. But up here, because it's so high up, we want to add some highlights around the eyebrows, the cheek. This is one of my favorite parts of painting, pulling out the highlights. No, not at all. No hula hoop energy whatsoever. We're keeping it. We're keeping it classy, and we're gonna give him the big rings coming off of his hands. No hula hoop. It was one of the things that annoyed me about that depiction of Havoc. What was that? Was that first class? I want to say that was first class. Same, same. I felt like it was something that like was absolutely ridiculous in like a film that was kind of trying to play it straight, right? Like I felt like it was something just visually it just looked hilarious. Thanks for coming out, Will. Hello. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm just kind of blend in some deeper yellows up here. right? A lot of this is going to get driven home when I start adding the black. And I'm going to be adding those blacks with a sable brush and doing my line art with a dip pen for that crispy line work. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I appreciate you popping in on the stream. We're gonna try and do this at least once a week. I haven't streamed in a few months, so I'm trying to shake off the rust a little bit. You know, I haven't. I haven't done a Polaris yet. I've done. What have I done? I've done a Magneto. I've done a couple Magnetos actually. A couple Magnetos. As a strong guy. I did. Wait, no, I take it back. Yes, I did a Polaris in what set was that? I think it was Marvel Agents because I did the whole like X Factor like team. So I did do like this version of Havok, Strong Guy, uh, Polaris. I'm the names are escaping me right now, but I did do a Polaris like back in that set. It's I think it's on my Instagram as a matter of fact. Few years ago, I painted an Azrael statue with a flaming sword. I had to highlight the front of the statue with yellow tones from the light source of the flames. Yeah, yeah, you got to, you got to. I mean, unless you're incorporating LEDs, you know, it seems like a necessary thing to include, right? Thank you. It's been a lot of practice, a lot of experimentation. I'm self-taught, but because I've been fortunate enough to make this a career, right? I teach others. Right, because I think as far back as I can remember, I think like her outfit was like this weird sort of like tie dye green and white swirly effect, right? Because I'm thinking back to Uncanny, right? When Silvestri was on the book. That's the it's like Enchantress. She's got like bands, like the green metallic bands around her body. But Polaris, like before, it was like the edge lord jacket phase of the '90s and early 2000s. It was she had like that weird like green. She almost looked like ice cream. When you like layer when you layer vanilla ice cream in another flavor. That's what it kind of looked like to me. Let's get some deeper browns in the face there. I'm getting close to dropping the blacks. And the blacks is the part of the painting that's gonna really bring all of this together. I'm gonna do a bit of hatching with that. I'm gonna use a dip pen and a stable brush. for a lot of these shadows. And I'm going to incorporate a little micron just for some finer hatching. Green looking Scarlet Witch. Yeah, yeah. There were some points where, like, yeah, she looked like a green Scarlet Witch. I think I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think that was the version that they used in X-Men '97. Right? Did you catch that Easter egg? When Xavier goes into Magneto's head, I think it was in one of the final episodes that that it's that part in Magneto's head where it's like the ship, and and you can like very clearly see like Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris. I think that was the version that they used in that Easter egg. So the you can't really see it because of my lamps, but I'm using a very warm light here, right? For the blast. Now, because I'm going to give it a black backdrop, you know, the I've marked off where the main ring is going to be, and then I'm going to follow the other rings up with white ink, so that we get that nice classic uh, effect. And I'm going to add some more rings around it. You know, I'm gonna gimly it up a little bit. And scan a little bit more of the blue. It's not gonna make too much of a difference, but I want to be able to mark off where my eyes are. That's gonna be mostly covered up with some black. So now I'm gonna switch this water out and break out the ink. Now I like using Sumi ink. I feel like it's top tier. It gives me a nice true black. It flows really well in my dip pen. So let's wake her up a little bit. Make sure the pen is flowing. Now I'm just going to start working from right to left to avoid any smears. Now I'm just going to drop these in here. Fine line work. I'm going to follow some of these areas up with a brush, right, for like the thicker areas. I love the line quality of a dip pen. And that scratch is very, very satisfying. So one of the fun aspects of of this piece is using the negative space for your light source. I'm gonna leave this white halo negative to serve as part of my highlight. And I'll alternate my pressure, my outline to go between a very thin weight and a heavier one. So in this portion, all I'm doing is basically preparing it for when I block in my heavier blacks with the brush. So that while I'm here, I can kind of hatch in where my shadow transitions are going to be. That this is the part in the artwork where you see the way I laid in the fills sort of like work in with, or rather work in tandem with where my shadows are gonna sit. Once again, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. This is a long stream because I wanna knock this out on stream. What's going on, Twan? I'm gonna knock this out from beginning to end on stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out. I'll knock this out from beginning to end. See, the dip pen is nothing like it. It's my preferred way to ink. But for those of you in the audience that, like, if you guys see me at a convention, you're gonna always see me with my dip pen, with color ink. That this is my go-to way to ink. Because that line quality there's nothing like it. Plus, the lines remain raised, like you can run your finger across the top of the across the surface of the art. and you could feel the ink lines. Kind of giving the artwork extra bit of flavor. Oh, you excited? No, actually, just shoot. My fiance just ran in here a little bit ago asking if I was hungry. I did not have the infamous ham sandwich. Oh my god, tell her about you. I appreciate that, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I work with kids as well. Like, uh this is my full time, joint. Like, I work freelance full time, but I keep part time, and I work with all ages. So, the best advice is to put in the work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing to be a fan about, a particular kind of art style, but you want to put in the time, right? You want to treat art like a muscle. So the same way, athletes go into the gym and they do conditioning, that's how you want to treat your art, you know. You know what it is. I'm self-taught. You know what I'm saying? Like, for those of you that don't know, me and Antoine, who's in the chat right now, like, we go back to elementary school. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's one of the individuals that, like, high key, like, saw me in the early years, in the development. Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate that. And thank you for joining in on the stream. Done fade fades the background with a character. Yes, absolutely. Most like they're coming out of Dark and Cutie Black. Actually, so if you go if you go to Wilding Studios on my Instagram, I did something similar to that with a Skeletor that I recently painted on a live stream with Will. And that one was done with paint, right? Another one that I did where I basically used that same sort of effect is with one of my recent posts. It actually, no, I didn't post. I gotta post one soon. I did a recent commission for a writer out of Puerto Rico. He commissioned basically some fan art of one of his characters, and the character in question was of of I guess like the Viking personification of death. So he basically gave me, like, a character sheet with all the details and so forth. So I did my version of it, and in that piece you can see a lot of that cloud gusty effect that, like, you see in a lot of Jim Lee's work and a lot of, like, Ryan Benjamin's work, where they smudge the ink that they apply by brush. So I'm gonna be doing that with this Havok. But yeah, that fade effect is not difficult to do. It's a little intimidating if you've never done it before, because obviously, you run the risk of, like, basically messing up the art, and it's not one of those things where you could just kind of, wipe it away, right? But yeah, it's really really fun. So now I'm just gonna kind of cut in, or rather block in some areas here for the shadows in the armpit. Detail the base of the jacket. Get this other hand in so that it allows the ink lines up here to dry, so I can get into the face. I appreciate that, Nate. It's been a while, so you know what I mean. Like it's been a bit of a crazy ride, but I'm always experimenting with new things. That in recent years, I started painting my work, right, using watercolor as opposed to markers, right? Just because me being inspired by seeing other artists like paint, like Will Clayton, who's been in the chat tonight. He's a painter out of Australia. If you haven't checked out his work, I highly recommend you check him out. He does a lot of work in gouache. So just off the strength of seeing him do what he does, um, it inspired me to pick up a brush as opposed to like a more controlled medium like watercolor, not watercolor, like markers or colored pencil, and that's what I've been on for the past couple years. So it's all about that upward evolution, right, in one's craft. You know what I'm saying? So from from the watercolor, I graduated to using gouache. And gouache is that one has a little bit of a learning curve to it, for if you're not really familiar with it, because it's kind of like a marriage between watercolor and acrylic. So I'm not using gouache tonight because I wanted to knock this out in one stream. But in the Masters of the Universe art challenge that Will and I have been doing, I've been using gouache. Get these lines nice and sharp. There we go. I'm trying, dude. It's a lot of practice. Like I do a lot of experimentation when I'm learning a new medium. Like even before I started using this quill, because I was like determined to use the quill in the comic pages that I would work on. Because I saw that like it just gives you um, a really different just overall line quality, as opposed to using a micron. And it took a little getting used to, but once I got used to it, it's my preferred way now. You know what I mean? I've been looking at a few artists. I've been doing airbrushing. The detail they get is crazy. I think using that would frizz or blur, but it doesn't. So the thing with an airbrush is the settings in the actual airbrush, because you can control how much paint you get spraying out of the nozzle. It's not like, say, like a spray can, right? Because in an airbrush, there's a needle that you draw back, allowing the paint to spray out of the airbrush gun, right? So you can actually there's a little screw that serves as a setting for how much the controls basically how much paint you want to release in the spray, right? So if you want that extra, sort of like uh, fuzzy line, you can do that. You can achieve that. But if you want, uh, something that's a bit sharper, you'll get that as well. It's all in the settings that you gotta kind of fidget around with. And like any craft, right? You gotta treat it like it's a muscle. So the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. The more control you'll have over it. There's it's a great way to kind of build confidence with working with a new medium. And a couple years ago, I wouldn't have like seen myself working, with a dip pen. But it is really, really satisfying. And now that I've kind of built the confidence in working with it, I love the results that I get from it. It's it's my preferred way to ink. So now knock out the top of this little headpiece here. Scott Hanna gave me some lessons for a project with a quilt. I need to get back to working with it again. Chris, dude, I can tell you, once you get the hang of it, there'll be no other way for you. There'll be no other way. You know, I in the very beginning, I kind of when I first started working with a quill, I said to myself, I'll just kind of keep it in the house because I don't know if like ink, bottled ink travels well, and then the hassle of kind of having like a little water cup and all that to, because the maintenance on a quill is very specific as well. But dude, there's nothing like it. You get used to it, and it's like it just breathes another kind of quality into the work. So yes, right, because the quill is pressure sensitive, right? So if I want like a really thin line, I'll barely like graze the paper so long as the ink is flowing, right? So if I want like a thin line here, with the trim on the jacket, very thin, right? Or if I want to get this pec muscle here, very thin. I'm barely touching the paper, right? So then, like in little areas where I hatch, right, very thin. But like right here, I'm gonna cut a shadow block in here. So if I apply pressure, you see how thick that line came out. So line weights, you can achieve a nice variety of line weight with a quill. So it's like it basically eliminates the need for carrying around a bunch of pens. That my next challenge is going to be attempting to get that range of line weight with a brush. That I'm gonna be using a brush tonight for blocking in a lot of these big shadow areas, big black areas. But it's a really good way to kind of get those nice like hatching lines in, and it's just it's so versatile, dude. Like you can't go wrong with it. I'm gonna jump into the hair as soon as I'm done, sort of like blocking in these shadows in the jacket. That all of these little scratching marks, it's all gonna make sense in a minute. I just need to get them all in before I move on to the next part. All right, so now that's gonna be that's gonna be shadow. I'm gonna push the bottom of the arm into shadow. We'll hatch that up. Get a little bit of black in here. All right, that'll be in black. Get a little bit of black in there. Let's get these little diamond patterns in the collar. Excuse me. Explain my title. So, lead poisoning. Lead poisoning because I started off all the art with a pencil. So, like, there's a lot of lead in the beginning. So much, in fact, that that's why I came up with the title "Lead Poisoning" for the stream, the lead poison live stream. Was it too morbid? So that's all. It's just a play on a play on words for art materials. So, by the way, when I re-upload the because this is a stream, but I'm gonna upload a clean video to my YouTube channel. In which case, I'm going to drop links to all of the materials that I used during the stream, in case you guys are curious and you want to try some of the stuff out yourself. I'm not one of those artists that gatekeep. The lead poisoning live stream. Lead poisoning live stream. We're getting closer to to one of the more satisfying parts of working with all these different mediums. Almost there. All this in here is going to be black. You get a break in the thigh right here. Match that. All right. Let's get this arm. And then we'll switch over to the sable brush. Get the heavier blacks on. I appreciate you guys hanging out for the full drawings. It was my objective tonight to do this from beginning to end, completely on stream, so that not only do you guys get to see the full process or my full process, but uh, it allows me to kind of shake off the streaming rust. I haven't streamed in like, I think, pushing 3 months. So I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. And line weights there. Let's get the hair in. And then we'll block in heavy darks. Here, we'll go thin line weight. As I feather everything in. Do I ever switch to a sepia color ink? No, I don't think I've never tried that. I'm interested though. Like that sounds really interesting to work with. Sepia colored ink. I've only worked in obviously black and white, which is one of the inks we're going to be using tonight. Use a white colored ink, apply by brush. Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna look to see if I can find some sepia colored ink. It sounds really interesting. Here, we want these finer hairs to read a bit thinner. We'll adjust the pressure in the quill for a thinner line weight. And it'll require a little bit more care, but it'll all pay off and feel really satisfying once you nail it. Have you met any artists that have done any colors with charcoal? I always thought that style would attention, almost like Renaissance times with superhero. So the thing about charcoal, right? Um, I haven't particularly seen anyone work with like pop culture stuff in charcoal, just because of just because like charcoal isn't very practical, right? Like for that kind of stuff. That like case in point, the work that like comics and like pop culture stuff like in the vein that the art is portrayed in typically it requires a lot of control, you know what I mean, that charcoal is a medium that's difficult to control if you have no experience with it, right? It's also one of those mediums that you would need to be relatively proficient in, and it's the added I guess inconvenience of carrying a fixative, when you do art. Like say for example, like You could probably do it, right? Like it's not impossible to do, but like say for example, if you're doing a sketch cover in charcoal, right? You knock out the sketch cover very carefully, obviously, but then like now we have to spray the cover with a fixative and let it sit for a little bit. You know what I mean? Just so that like it doesn't easily smudge. You know what I mean? Like now, if we're talking in the scope of like say like an art piece that you're gonna like frame and hang, that's different. Because that's just a different flavor altogether. Like you're not gonna see that in like conventions at all. Because if you notice a lot of the materials that you see artists use at cons, they're very finite, right? Like it's very final in its nature. You won't see um, even when it comes to pencils, like you won't see pencil art that'll smudge very easily. Uh, so like a lot of pencil artists won't even use anything softer than a 2B. There's anything after a 2B, like it's gonna smudge really really easy. That's why most guys will pencil something in and then immediately ink it right after. In a sense, so does watercolor, yes, but um, watercolor only reactivate if it comes in contact with a wet brush or like a wet sponge or something. You know what I mean? Like I don't necessarily drop a fixative on my watercolor paintings. I feel like you know uh, it can ruin it. You know, I feel like it doesn't need it. I feel like I feel like it's unnecessary. Now if it's a pencil drawing, sure. If it's like oil, definitely. But with watercolor, not so much. I haven't had to do that like ever. I know artists that do it, you know, but I've never been, I guess, like in a situation where like I needed to. Let's give a little bit more sneer to his mouth there. See? Now let's wipe this down. Yeah, Chris, charcoal is just one of those mediums that it's got to be like really specific. Like if you're doing and it doesn't work on most surfaces. You know what I'm saying? Like most charcoal pieces, you know, are done on like a newspaper paper stock, right? Because it's soft enough to where it's got a little bit of a grit, a little bit of bite to it, but it's also um, like sturdy enough to hold most of the charcoal in place. Now here I switched over to my sable brush using some Sumi ink here to get these nice deep blacks in. So my next hurdle is going to be to do my line art with a brush like this. My next little personal challenge. Now, it's in this phase where we kind of drop in all the heavy blacks. Using the length of the bristles on the brush, we can get a nice variation in line weight, some nice coverage. This is my favorite part in inking. This is the best. So as I ink in these heavy shadows in the jacket, a lot of the shadows that I blocked in my pencils um, and with my local color. I'm kind of following that pattern, but I'm also improvising rather some new shadows as I render through it. So essentially, this is like painting as well. Uh, Talking about control of watercolor. Okay, so the thing about um, watercolor is that there are different styles to painting with watercolor, right? Like if you go wet on wet, that's when you apply color to a wet surface, but you have like a water ratio to paint ratio in the brush. And yeah, like you can see it kind of like bleed outward and you have to control it. Um but like for example, like tonight I didn't use that technique. I used a much drier style of painting with watercolor just so that I can minimize uh the paper from buckling. And I have a little more control with how I express the values in the piece. Get in here in this little nook. Bam. So, I mean, I get what you're saying because, like, charcoal, because it's such a soft and grainy medium, it can just be really messy. With watercolor, you know, it depends on I guess the style use, if that makes sense. Because to my knowledge, there's like three ways that you could effectively use water. Yes. So like with the messiness, yeah, but like you'd still have to kind of control that, right? So like with a lot of the skins that I work with, one of the things that we do as an exercise is they do a charcoal still life. Um, and one of the things that I highly recommend that they use, when they're working on that still life, is a kneaded eraser, so that if they overdo it, they can sort of pull some of the charcoal out of the paper. They can also use the kneaded eraser to create highlights. You know that you can basically do the same thing with watercolor, like I did it here. Like I for the most part, I worked with a lot of my negative space. But if I wanted to create some soft highlights, I would just apply some white watercolor over the local color, which wouldn't come out like hard white as if I was using like whiteout. It would basically soften that area to feel like a highlight. Yeah, it's all about how you build up your layers. It's all in how you build up your layers. That in the very beginning of the stream, I like my layers were nowhere near as dark as they appear now. You know, it's just I just wanted to lay in a base that I can build off of. You know, because um, you can build up your layers in watercolor as well as gouache, as well as acrylic, as well as oil. It's really reliant on how proficient you are with said medium, like how well you know the medium, you know, and that you get to know it by experimenting a lot. But there've been pieces that like I've like totally like fucked up, you know, but I've like managed to salvage them enough to where the client doesn't even notice. So that's where a lot of the experimentation comes in. That before I started painting or applying my ink with a brush, like I experimented a lot until I sort of like built up the confidence to apply it on a lot of my final work and even offer it to my clientele. Yeah, Yeah, it's all about reapplying over the local color. You just got to build up your layers, right? Like how I did here, right? I started off really light. I let it sit. I worked in another area, and then after the area settled and it was totally dry, I came back to it. That's all it is, dude. It's just building up layers. It's like if you were painting like a room in the house, right? One of the first things you do is you prime the wall. But depending on what the local color was, you know, determines just how many coats of primer you got to lay on the wall, right? So it's very similar to that. That what I did was I laid some flat colors down to sort of like what primer was going to be, and when it dries, it dries at a different texture than the rest of the sheet. So it's got a little bite to it. So when I build upon it, it's going to catch a little better, and the color will layer in a bit more opaque than the previous layer. But that's also reliant on how much water you have in the brush. So typically, what I do is I make sure that the brush is damp, not wet. Then I'll swish it to sort of like clean the brush, and then I keep a sponge. I know the sponge is filthy, but it's paint. So I keep a damp sponge that I'll dab the brush in to keep the bristles damp, so that I can uh, move the paint around on the surface. Because if it's too dry, it's going to get a little choppy. But you know, a damp a damp brush will have enough moisture in it to move the paint around efficiently. And that's something else that I picked up just experimenting. Lots of trial and error. Lots of trial and error. That even with this sable brush, it took me a little bit to understand the mechanics of the sable brush. But once I understood how to manipulate the movements of the brush and the way it'll affect the stroke, it was easy after that. Then it became a lot of fun to work with. Anytime, Nate. Anytime. Anytime. Let me get in here, cut into some of these areas around there. Push a shadow underneath this fold. All right. And let's get some of the leather in here as well. Clean up Now, even with the brush, we can hatch a little bit towards the light. So we get a nice rounded effect. And here too. Drop a little black in here. I want to hatch this out a little bit. Use the bristle to my advantage here. Get a nice clean hatching pattern around that belt. Now let's get in here. Point. Going a bit heavier. Still a little hatching here. Pull from some of these corners so we get the folds into the grind. Can add some little extras in here, right? Just for a little added flavor. Now, do you feel when you apply the black, are you doing the black you're doing now that you lose some of the work because you built up, or that you need to do? So, so no. Actually, I feel like it works in tandem. That's why I didn't like. If you notice, I didn't do like a solid color straight across, right? Because a lot of that was going to get covered up anyway with the black. Now, I used a light blue and then like a marine blue right behind it in certain areas. So like the light blue was more towards the outside of the figure, right? And then the marine blue would was applied more so towards the inside areas. So like the armpit, the folds in the lapel, areas that would still see some light but not be a highlight, right? That those highlighted areas I left like towards the outside and they would be negative, right? Now even after I apply this heavy black, I'm gonna come back through the figure and just add some light hatching in certain areas, right? To push a bit more shadow into some of these into some of the blues and even some of the yellows. But it's all done to work in tandem. Like for example, right? I did most of this leg here in the light blue, but in the inside part of the thigh, I went with the marine blue because right here I'm going to add some black. So the transition in the blue serves to create the shape language in the muscle tone and to also help guide you with how the light is affecting the leg. So um, it was a lot of what I do is predetermined, right? That is usually when I'm inking like this that I'll improvise certain areas, right? Maybe some things that now that I'm seeing the black, I can add to it. But for the most part, when I'm dropping in the values to a piece, like I have some sort of direction. So like right here, this little piece right here, I'm gonna leave blank because the backdrop that I'm gonna give Havoc is gonna be black. So I need that little separation in the leg, to kind of pull him forward from the backdrop. So like right in here, for example, I didn't do a whole lot of wrinkles. But I can add those right now with my brush. Yeah, yeah, I know. Sometimes it's jazz, sometimes there's a blueprint behind it. Add a little more black to this leg here. So I'm gonna go in here. That even when the piece is still in pencil, right? I'll sort of eyeball it a little bit and kind of predetermine where my light source is going to come from, how that's going to affect the shadows, the wrinkles in the clothes, stuff like that. And then it has a tendency of kind of coming together as I render through it, you know? So, like, I don't ever necessarily have a clear vision of what it's going to look like, you know, when I'm done. So, like, it's still gonna surprise me in the end, right? Because there's still aspects of it that are improv. Pull some of this in there. Add some more folds in here. See, this is where the improvisation comes in because these are aspects that I didn't like do in pencil or kind of preset. So yeah, dude, like it's all to service the art, you know. It's all in service of the art. because all we need is like enough to deliver the message. Like in here, we can go a little bit heavier along this line. Get a little more ink. And then get some folds in here. Brush the black in there. Oh. So now what's left is a bit of black in the arm, the headpiece. I'm going to apply it here. Up here as well. Give myself a break on the forehead. And right in here, we're going to get a little bit of black along the hairline. We don't want to fill this with too much black because, light is going to be strongest here. But I will drop the cast shadows of the strands of hair. Sort of little some hatching lines across there with a nice effect. So now we're going to cast a shadow in this diamond pattern. To reflect the shadow that's being cast by Havok's head. Like so. A little bit back here. See, the blue that's back here was like the single pass of blue when I initially started laying in the flat colors. But I never built up that value because I knew that my light would be heaviest right here. So I never gave it a second goal. So let it be. But in areas where I would be moving away from the light, I gave it another go, and then moving further away, I hit it with the marine blue. So we're coming together. Once again, I appreciate you guys for sticking around on the live stream. This is my first live stream in like 3 months or so. So I'm, kind of shaking off the rust by doing one long stream of this commission piece from beginning to end. So we are in the home stretch right now. By all means, let me know what you guys think so far in the comments. Here we go. So now, drop a little bit of shadow on the sleeve here. Get some more sort of crinkles up here. There we go. Let's give it a quick once over, see if we're missing any areas. I think we can fill this in right here. Clean out that trim. Could add some heavier blacks in the hair. There we go. I want to sort of pull those shadows away from. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Nate. Yeah, dude. Like it's coming together. It's coming together. So like right now, I'm gonna drop a little heavier black here at the base of this forearm. All right. So hatch that in a little bit. Right. To kind of further push the intensity of the light. Get in here a little. Hatch a little in here. And I'm going to come back through this with um, a very thin micron, right? Just so I can push some lighter shadows in certain areas, in key areas rather. The ham sandwich. You know what? I might be due. I might be due, but it's all right. I'm determined. I'm determined to knock this out tonight. So yeah, dude. Like the idea was for Havok to feel very strong, very imposing, right? So like for example, this I'm using a 0.2 uh, micron. So like For example, right in here, right? It's thin enough to where we get a nice grain effect. And here along the abdomen, and here we can hatch downward to sort of push the abdomen into shadow a bit. Right, get in here a little bit. We can push some of these folds in the armpit into the hatching areas right in here. Pull this up from here. In the end, some things get covered up, and other areas will shine through, but they all work in tandem, right? It's kind of like building up the layers to the foundation of a house. In the end, they all work together to provide something steady and sure-footed. Let's push, drop a little hatching in here. Pull some of it in here too. Let's see. Yeah, coming together. Coming together. Right. Get a little bit in here. Get some folds in here in the yellow trim. Okay. Little by little, we start to pull a lot of depth from, what started off as really, really flat colors. Right. Now, one of the tricks that a lot of amateur artists get wrong is the direction in which they hatch. Right. You're supposed to hatch from the dark into the light. And when you do it, you should do it in accordance with the form, right? So if you're doing a curved area, you want to hatch in accordance with the curve. So right in here, because we're moving away from the light as we go to the bottom of this arm into the elbow. It's cool if we hatch in this direction. Right? Because Havok's burst of light here is circular. It's going to affect the way the shadow is cast. Push this one down too. Bam. With a nice soft shadow here. Here we go. So now I'm going to hatch in some really light values in Havok's face. Well, let's get some little bit of hatching here. All right, so we get that nice little cast shadow. Soften this transition by hatching a little further across the forehead. Yes, sir. I've been at this for 3 hours and 13 minutes. I started today. Full 3 hours and 13 minutes and counting, and I'm almost done. Okay, check this out. My goal was to do this totally on stream since I haven't streamed in a long time. I want to shake the rust off and do this from beginning to end on stream for the people. I'm just going to hatch in a little more value in here. Tighten up this trim. Bam. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, ooh, missed the spot. Get this right there. Bam. So now comes the real fun part. Before I add the big black backdrop, remove some of these pencil lines. Now we're going in. So this little smudging technique is a nice way to kind of fill in a lot of space in your backgrounds. It also helps sort of give your subject a more focused composition in the sheet or canvas. Okay? Just regular household paper towel. Regular household paper towel. Because it gives me, like, it's textured a little bit, so it gives me that nice little smoky edge. The key is to start smudging while the ink is relatively wet. I'm using a large sable brush. This is one of my favorite brushes. This brush was really expensive. So because I want to convey the light coming from his fists, I want this fuzzy effect as we get close to his hands. I'm going to move up a little higher. I'm not going to put a whole lot of black around his hair. But while it's wet, I'm going to smudge close to it. Now, covering up some details is a concern, but I can pull that out with a little bit of white ink. It's just we want to have our boy Havok here look strong and stoic. I'm not going to do a whole lot of filling, but we want to create some opportunities to show the light rings. So right in here, right in here, Get in here a little deeper. Once again, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. All right, this is a really long stream, pushing about 3.5 hours. All right, but you know, the goal is to do this illustration from beginning to end live with you guys. I'm going to use another color or a white to push back the bleed of the background around the. Yeah, I'm gonna be using some white ink. I got some white ink. I got some white gel. I got a Posca, a white Posca that I'm using for um, the bursts of light coming from his hands. That's what I meant by creating opportunities, right? Because the black will give us that opportunity to kind of cut through it with the light. Let's get in here a little bit. A little bit in there. Oh. Let's add a little more up here. A little bit up here. Now, in my rough pencil stage, I did my light rings in blue so as to sort of like map out how and where I wanted to do my light. So I'm going to be making use of that right now. camera back a little bit so you guys can see the whole thing. All right, now before I start dropping in the rings, I'm going to add a little bit of a gray wash to these areas in between the black. All right, now adding a little bit of a gray wash will push Havok forward, make him feel a bit more brighter, a bit more bold. And give us the desired effect with the light bursts. Just add a little bit of gray wash to some of these negative areas. And here a little bit. Here. All right. Now we get the circle guides for the fun part. I need to tape you down just a little bit, just so you don't shift around. All right. All right, let's get in here nice and big. Yeah. That'll be to start. Over here. We're in the home stretch, guys. Home stretch. Add extra circles right in here. Now let's try to get some bigger rings in there. Now let's mix it up. Yeah, this is it's a ruler slash bendable. Yeah, it's bendable ruler, so I can like make curves and such with it. Nifty little gadget that I found in my travels. Get the smaller one. This one right there. Let's add one more here. Bam. Let's see how we're looking so far. Almost done. Let's see. We have a little more. Which is 4, which is 3. I think we got one more. Let's put small one right here. Maybe one more up here. Boom. Let's add one more down here for some flavor. some flavor. And one more in the center of that one. Let's do the center right in there. Boom. I think that might be it. Give it a quick once over and see how we're looking. Camera back just a bit so you guys can see the whole thing. This tape. My favorite still has to be the Flash Rose Gallery. You know what? That's easily one of my favorites too. But like high key, I might have to do that one over as a bonus. I might have to redo that one for you, Nate, because that is a really good piece. But I gotta do that one over. I feel like it could be better. I mean, it was done on a sketch cover, but all in all, like it served its purpose. I'd like to refresh that, kind of give you an updated version of it. Thanks, Nate. We're in the home stretch. I'm just adding some small touches. Like I'm adding a little bit of white to pull out some highlights in certain areas. Right there. Right here. That when this white dries, it's going to be very, very soft. Very, very soft. This is what I want. I want just soft white hues. Bam. Right there. And right here along the belt. Let's get a little more white. Right in here along the bicep, on the shoulder. in my hair. Right in here as well. Where else? We can hit right here. Yeah. Soften some areas here. We're almost done. Hit a little white in here. A little above the chin. So basically what I'm doing is in certain areas, we're going to add some white to push those areas further into the light around the hands, right? So basically, it's not going to totally cover the line art, but sort of like fade it, if that makes sense, so that we get that glow sort of effect from Havok's hands. Soften it a little bit here. I appreciate that, Nate. I appreciate that. You're definitely one of my OGs. So we've got all that in. A little area of black that I missed that I can fill in right now. Right in here. Boom. Just going to close up some of these feathered areas out of hair. All right, let's push that one in. Oh. Get in a little tighter here. There we go. Give it a quick glance. See if there's anything that we can adjust or add. Actually, there's one really small detail I can add to this. And it is let's see if I can get this mixture right. It'll be the last thing I need to do before signing it. And it's adding a bit of warm purple right here. Bit of warm purple in the face. So we get a nice warm shadow being cast. Throw some in here. bit at the base of the nose. Bit in the forehead. Boom. Just adding some finishing touches. And this one is in the books. Just adding some really minimal shadow values into some of these warmer segments. To sort of drive home how intense the light is from the bursts. Right in here, just a little. All right. I think that's it. That is it. Now all that's left is to sign this bad boy. Boom. And just like that, ladies and gents, Havok. I'm going to be posting a scan of the artwork on my Instagram. So make sure that you follow wild_inks INX, right? As you see it on the screen. Studios spelled with a Z. So that you can check out a high-res scan of the artwork that was done live here tonight. I greatly, greatly appreciate everyone that chimed in on the stream tonight. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Be sure to follow the YouTube. You can just simply punch in my name, Kenny Calderon, on YouTube, and it should bring you to Wild Ink Studios YouTube channel. Be sure to comment, like, subscribe. It helps, with all the engagement and such. And I look forward to doing another one of these again, another big stream. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great night.